Hello there, my sleepy nights. And tonight, we have a collection of tales from ancient Britain. The sun had barely begun to peek over the horizon, its pale light flickering through the dense canopy of leaves, casting shadows on the forest floor. The air was cool and damp, heavy with the earthy scent of moss and decaying foliage. A light mist curled between the trees, wreathing the undergrowth in a ghostly shroud. Through this ethereal landscape walked a young man, his lean, muscular frame moving with the easy grace of one born to the wilderness. His simple homespun tunic and breeches, patched and worn from long use, did little to disguise the coiled strength in his limbs, or the keen intelligence in his piercing blue eyes. A shock of unruly dark hair framed his angular face, still boyish despite the faint shadow of stubble on his jaw. At his back hung a longbow of polished yew, a quiver of arrows, their fletching of goose feathers grey in the dim light, bounced against his hip as he walked. The bow was a magnificent weapon, almost taller than the man himself, and in his hands it seemed to be almost an extension of his body, so natural was his grip upon it. This was Robin, a mere lad of 18 summers, yet already possessed the skill with a bow that was the talk of the village. Born on the edge of Sherwood Forest, he had grown up learning the ways of the wood, his keen senses attuned to every shift in the breeze, every rustle of leaves. He had learned how to hunt, to track, to read the signs that others had witnessed, and in time, the forest had become as familiar to him as the lines on his own palm. Despite the hardships of life in the 12th century, with its constant struggles against disease and hunger, Robin's early years were marked by a sense of joy and freedom. He roamed the forests with friends, hunting small game, practicing their skills with bow and staff, reveling in the simple pleasures of youth. Yet, even as he laughed and played, Robin could not help but be aware of the darker currents that swirled around him. The nobles and the clergy, with their grand castles and sprawling estates, seemed to exist in a world apart from the common people, a world of privilege and plenty that stood in stark contrast to the grinding poverty and toil of the peasantry. As Robin made his way deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to close in around him, their branches interlacing overhead to form a living roof that blocked out the growing light of dawn. The mist grew thicker, swirling around his legs like a living thing. Yet Robin moved through it all with a sure-footed confidence, his steps guided by an innate sense of direction that never failed him. He had set out early that morning, slipping out from his cramped cottage that he shared with the rest of his family. They were still asleep as he crept out into the pre-dawn gloom, his bow in hand and a sense of excitement thrumming in his veins. Today was the day of the Sheriff's Archery Tournament, a grand spectacle that drew competitors from all over the Shire, and Robin was determined to win. It wasn't the prize that motivated him, though the thought of a whole barrel of rich October ale was certainly enticing. No, what drove Robin was the desire to prove himself. He had spent countless hours practicing in the woods, honing his skills until he could shoot an arrow through the hanging ring at 100 paces. He knew he was good. Perhaps he might be the best in the land. As he walked, Robin's mind drifted to stories he had heard around the hearth fire at night. Tales of great heroes of old who had won fame and fortune through their deeds of valor. He thought of Lancelot and Gawain, of Tristan and Galahad, and he felt a stirring in his chest, a yearning to be like them, to be more than just another peasant, scratching out a living in the shadow of great lords and ladies. The snap of a twig jolted Robin from his reverie, and he froze, his hand going instinctively to his knife at his belt. He scanned the undergrowth, his senses straining for any sign of danger. There were outlaws in these woods, men who had been driven to desperation by poverty and injustice, and who now preyed on travellers and merchants alike. Robin had no desire to meet such men, armed with only his bow and a handful of arrows. But after a long moment of tense silence, he relaxed, shaking his head at his own jumpiness. It was just a deer or a fox, startled by his passing. Nothing to worry about. He resumed his journey, his strides lengthening as the sun began to burn through the mist. But as he walked, he suddenly caught the sound of voices coming from a nearby glade. Curious, Robin crept closer. keeping to the shadows of the trees. As he peered into the clearing, he saw a group of men seated around a great oak tree, making merry with a feast of pies and ales. They were a rough-looking bunch. They seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely. As Robin approached the group, one of them called out to him, a sneer on his face. "Well, well, what do we have here? A young pup with a toy bow thinking he's a man." Robin felt his anger rising, but he kept his voice steady. "I'm no pup," he said, meeting the man's gaze. "And this is no toy. I'm on my way to the archery tournament in Nottingham to compete with the best archers in the land." The men laughed, a harsh, mocking sound that echoed through the trees. "You," one of them said, taking a swig from a flagon of ale. "You think you can compete with grown men? You'll be lucky to even hit the target, let alone win the prize." Robin's grip tightened on his bow, his knuckles turning white. "I'll wager you 20 marks that I can hit any mark at 80 yards, he said, his voice ringing with challenge. "I'll outshoot any man here." The men exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cruel amusement. "A bold claim, boy," one of them said. "But we see no targets here, just a bunch of trees and a herd of deer in the distance." Robin's gaze flicked to the deer in the distance, his mind working quickly. "The deer, then," he said, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I'll wager 20 marks that I can bring down the finest hart in the herd with a single shot from my bow." The men laughed again, but this time there was an edge to their laughter, a hint of unease beneath the bravado. "You're on then, boy," one of them said, tossing a purse of coins onto the ground. 20 marks says you can't even hit the beast, let alone kill it." Robin nodded, his eyes never leaving the herd. He reached for an arrow, his movements smooth and practiced, and knocked it to the string. He raised the bow, drawing the string back to his ear, and took a deep breath, steadying himself. For a moment, the glade was silent. The only sound the distant rustling of leaves in the breeze. Then, with a sharp twang, Robin let the arrow fly. It flew straight and true, blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. It struck the noblest deer in the herd, piercing its heart and felling it to the ground. The other deer scattered, their hooves thundering against the earth as they fled. Robin lowered his bow, a triumphant grin on his face. "Well," he said, turning to the stunned foresters, "how was that shot, my friends?" As the men stared at the fallen deer, their expressions morphed from shock to anger. The man who had made the wager turned to Robin, his face contorted with rage. "You fool," he spat. "Do you have any idea what you've done? That was the king's deer you just killed." Another man chimed in, his voice just as heated. "Aye, by the laws of our sovereign King Henry, the penalty for poaching the king's game is death." Robin felt a chill run down his spine, but he forced himself to remain calm. He hadn't considered the consequences of his actions, so caught up in the thrill of the challenge. "I meant no harm," he said, his voice half steady despite the pounding of his heart. "I only sought to prove my skill with the bow." The first man sneered, his hand still resting on the hilt of his knife. "Your skill? Listen, lad, you've just signed your own death warrant. The Sheriff of Nottingham will have your head for this." "Catch him," cried another man, reaching for his own bow. But before Robin could react, the first man had drawn an arrow from his quiver and knocked it to his bowstring. "I'll have your blood for this, boy," he growled, taking aim at Robin's heart. Robin's eyes widened as the man loosened the arrow, its deadly point streaking towards him. He twisted at the last moment, feeling the rush of air as the arrow flew past, missing him by mere inches. Anger and fear surged through Robin's veins, and he reacted on instinct. In one smooth motion, he drew an arrow from his own quiver, knocked it to his bow, and took aim at the man. "You said I was no archer," he cried, his voice ringing through the glade. "But say so now again." He let the arrow go, and it flew straight and true, striking the man in the chest. The man stumbled backwards, a look of shock and pain on his face, and then he fell to the ground. Robin's arrow lodged deep in his heart. For a moment, the other men stood frozen, staring at their fallen comrade in disbelief. Then, with a roar of rage, they turned on Robin, drawing their weapons and advancing on him with murder in their eyes. Robin knew he had only one choice. He turned and fled, plunging into the forest as the men gave chase. Arrows whizzed past his head, thudding into tree trunks and burying themselves into the underbush. But Robin was quick and agile, dodging and weaving between the trees as he ran. And he kept going, pushing deeper and deeper into the thicket, until at last he burst out from the other side, gasping for breath and bleeding from a dozen small cuts. He paused for a moment, listening intently. He could no longer hear the men chasing him. He had lost them, for now at least. He was exhausted, and he collapsed against the trunk of a massive oak tree, his chest heaving as he gulped in air. For a long time, he simply sat there, staring blankly into the forest as the reality of what he had done washed over him. He had killed a man, taken a life in a moment of anger and fear. The weight of that knowledge settled on his shoulders like a physical burden, threatening to crush him. "What have I done?" he whispered, his voice ragged with despair. "I am a murderer, a sinner in the eyes of God and man alike. But even as the words left his lips, another voice seemed to whisper in his ear. It said, "You did what you had to do. You struck a blow against tyranny and oppression, even if it meant sacrificing your own innocence." Robin shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He knew he could not go back to his old life now. He was an outlaw, a fugitive. Perhaps, in the depths of Sherwood Forest, he could find a new purpose. For the Sheriff of Nottingham, the law was but a tool in his arsenal, a means to exert control and assert dominance over the Shire. The death of Guy of Gisborne, a forester, and not merely a subordinate, but his own blood kin, ignited a fire within him. This was the man that Robin had killed. Guy had been more than a favoured lieutenant. He was a confidant, a reflection of the sheriff's own ruthlessness and disdain for those beneath their station. The news of Guy's demise at the hands of a common outlaw did not just stir anger in the sheriff. It provoked a tempest of vengeance that raged through the corridors of his stone-cold heart. Seated upon his high-backed chair, draped with furs that spoke of wealth and status, the sheriff's presence dominated the room. His features, sharp and imposing, like the fortress he commanded, were etched with lines of authority and a life spent in the pursuit of power. His eyes, dark and piercing, scanned the faces of his men-at-arms, each one a seasoned warrior, yet none immune to the palpable fear that the sheriff instilled. The air grew thick, charged with tension as he spoke. His voice, a menacing growl that seemed to echo off the ancient walls. I want this Robin Hood found and brought before me, he commanded, his words laced with a venom that left no room for dissent. I want him to suffer for what he has done. I want him to feel the full weight of my vengeance. The promise of a bounty of £200 for Robin's capture, dead or alive, was not a gesture of generosity. It was a testament to the depth of the sheriff's desire for retribution. A price set upon vengeance itself. The sheriff's men, a collection of soldiers and mercenaries whose loyalty was as much to gold as to any lord or law, exchanged uneasy glances. They were well acquainted with the perils of Sherwood Forest, a realm where shadows moved with the stealth of outlaws, and trees whispered secrets of rebellion. To pursue Robin Hood was to enter a world where the hunter could swiftly become the hunted, where the very air would soon seem to conspire with the outlaw. Yet, despite the unease that gripped them, none dared to voice opposition. They understood all too well the consequences of crossing the sheriff, a man whose wrath was as legendary as his cunning. Fear of the outlaw paled in comparison to the dread of the sheriff's displeasure. A man who held their lives in his grasp as easily as one might hold a quill. And so, with a heavy sense of foreboding, the hunt began. soldiers and mercenaries ventured forth into the countryside, their movements casting ripples of alarm through villages and hamlets. They questioned every traveller, inspected every wagon, their eyes ever watchful for any sign of Robin Hood. Yet, despite their efforts, the outlaw remained elusive, a ghost, a legend among the greenery, a myth that refused to be caged. In Nottingham, the sheriff waited, his mind a labyrinth of plots and schemes, each one a thread in the web he wove around Robin Hood. But he was patient, for he knew that time was a weapon like any other, and in the deepening shadows of his chamber, his resolve hardened. Robin Hood would be found. Justice, as decreed by the Sheriff of Nottingham, would be served. Meanwhile, deep in the heart of Sherwood Forest, Robin learned to live off the land, to hunt and forage and find shelter in the deep green heart of the forest. He discovered hidden glades and secret streams, places where he could rest and heal and gather his strength. And slowly, word began to spread of the outlaw of Sherwood Forest. The legend, the shadow that lived in the woods. And one evening, as Robin came out from the shadows of a tree, he approached the narrow bridge spanning the swift-flowing stream. A towering figure stepped out from the shadows of the trees. The man was built like an ox, with his arms thick as tree trunks, and a shaggy beard that obscured much of his weathered face. "Hold up there, scrawny," the big man called out, his voice a deep, rumbling growl. "This here's my bridge. You want to cross it, you've got to pay the toll." Robin eyed the man warily, taking in the massive quarterstaff gripped in his meaty fists. "I don't have any money," he said, keeping his tone even. "But I need to cross, so how about you let me pass, and we'll both go our separate ways." The big man let out a bark of laughter, the sound harsh and grating. "You don't get it. You don't get it, do you, boy? This is my territory. Nobody crosses without my say-so." Robin bristled at the insult, his hand tightening on the hilt of his sword. I'm not looking for trouble, he said, his voice low and dangerous. So how about we settle this like men? You and me, one-on-one. The big man's eyes narrowed, and he hefted his quarterstaff menacingly. You sure you want to do this, boy? I ain't gonna go easy on you just 'cause you're a scrawny little thing. Robin drew his sword, the blade rasping against the leather of his scabbard. I wouldn't want you to, he said, a reckless grin spreading across his face. The two men circled each other warily, their weapons held at the ready. The big man made the first move, his staff whistling through the air with frightening speed. But Robin was quick, dodging aside and launching a counter-strike that forced his opponent to stumble back a step. They traded blows back and forth, the clack of wood on steel ringing out through the forest. Despite his size, the big man was surprisingly agile, his staff a blur of motion as he parried Robin's attacks. But Robin was no slouch himself, and he gave as good as he got. He ducked and wove like a boxer, his sword darting in and out like a serpent's tongue. He scored a glancing blow on the big man's ribs, then another on his thigh, drawing a grunt of pain from his opponent. For a moment, it looked like Robin might actually win. But then, the big man rallied, his staff moving in a dizzying pattern of feints and strikes that left Robin reeling. A blow to the knee sent the young outlaw stumbling, and a follow-up strike to the chest knocked the wind from his lungs, sending Robin into the water under the bridge. He looked up to see the big man looming over him, his staff raised for a killing blow. But then, to Robin's surprise, the man hesitated. You're a scrappy little fella, aren't you? He said, a grudging note of respect in his voice. What's your name? Robin pushed himself up from the water, wincing at the pain in his ribs. Robin, he said, his voice hoarse. Robin of Locksley. The big man's eyes widened in recognition. You're not really Robin Hood, the outlaw. Well, I'll be damned. You are real then. He lowered his staff, then reached down and hauled Robin back onto his feet. My name's John Little, but folks round here call me Little John. Robin couldn't help but grin. Little John. It's a bit ironic, isn't it? John shrugged, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What can I say? I like a good joke as much as the next man. He then clamped Robin on the shoulder, nearly sending the younger man stumbling again. Tell you what, Robin, I reckon we could make a pretty good team, you and me. Robin looked up at the man, seeing past the gruff exterior to the kindness and loyalty beneath. I reckon we could, John, he said, clasping the man's forearm in a warrior's grip. I reckon we could, indeed. As Robin and Little John made their way through the dense undergrowth of Sherwood Forest, sunlight casting eerie shadows across their faces, the big man turned to his companion with a gleam in his eye. I was actually in here today because I heard there'd be some wealthy traveller passing through these woods. Just about this time, I think, Little John said, his voice low and conspiratorial. Maybe we could relieve him of some of that burden, if you catch my meaning. Robin's eyebrows shot up, a slow grin spreading across his face. Is that so? Well, it would be a shame to let such an opportunity pass us by, wouldn't it? Little John chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed through the trees. Aye, that it would. So what say you, Robin? Shall we pay this rich man a little visit? Robin's grin turned predatory, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Lead the way, my little friend. The two men melted into the shadows of the forest, moving with the silent grace of predators on the hunt. They found a spot overlooking the road, concealed by a thick tangle of brambles and vines, and settled in to wait. Time seemed to crawl by. He only sound the distant chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves in the breeze. But then, just as Robin was starting to grow restless, the sound of hoofbeats echoed through the trees. The two outlaws tensed, their hands tightening on their weapons as they peered through the foliage. And there, riding down the road with an air of regal arrogance, was their quarry. The man was dressed in robes of the finest scarlet silk, embroidered with gold thread and studded with glittering jewels. A heavy purse hung from his belt, clinking softly with each step of his magnificent stallion. He looked every inch the wealthy nobleman, completely oblivious to the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Robin and Little John exchanged a glance, a silent communication passing between them. Then, with a burst of speed, they exploded from the undergrowth, their weapons flashing in the sunlight. The nobleman's eyes widened in shock and fear as the two outlaws bore down on him. But, to Robin's surprise, he didn't try to flee. Instead, he leaped from his horse with a cat-like grace, drawing a gleaming sword from beneath his robes. Robin and Little John circled the man warily, their own weapons held at the ready. But this nobleman was no ordinary traveller. He moved with the fluid grace of a trained fighter, his blade darting and weaving like a serpent's tongue. Little John charged forward with a roar, his quarterstaff whistling through the air. But the nobleman sidestepped the blow with a contemptuous ease, his sword flickering out to catch the big man on the side of the head. Little John crumpled to the ground, his staff falling from his nerveless fingers. Robin felt a surge of anger at the sight of his friend lying unconscious on the forest floor. He lunged forward, his own sword clashing against the nobleman's blade in a shower of sparks. The two men traded blows back and forth, their swords moving in a deadly dance. Robin was a skilled swordsman, but he quickly realized that he was outmatched. The nobleman was fast and strong, his blade seeming to be everywhere at once. Finally, with a deft twist of his wrist, the nobleman sent Robin's sword flying from his grip. The outlaw stumbled back, his hands raised in surrender as the point of the nobleman's blade came to rest against his throat. "Well, well," the nobleman said, a hint of amusement in his cultured voice. "It seems the famous Robin Hood is not quite as formidable as the stories would have us believe." Robin's eyes narrowed, his mind racing as he tried to find a way out of this predicament. But then, to his shock, the nobleman lowered his sword and took a step back. "Peace, Robin of Locksley," he said, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I am not your enemy." Robin stared at the man in confusion, his brow furrowed. "Then, who are you?" The nobleman chuckled, a rich, throaty sound. "My name is Will Scarlet," he said, sweeping into a mocking bow. "And as for these fancy robes, well, let's just say that a wealthy traveller won't be needing them anymore." Robin's eyes widened in understanding, a slow grin spreading across his face. "You robbed him before we could." Will Scarlet shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eye. "What else can I say? I have a nose for opportunity." Robin threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing through the trees. "Well met, Will Scarlet," he said, clasping the man's arm in a warrior's grip. "But tell me, what brings you to Sherwood Forest?" Will's smile turned serious, his gaze intense. "I came seeking you, Robin Hood," he said. "I have heard tales of your deeds in the shadows. I guess I wanted to see if the legend was true." Robin looked at the man appraisingly, taking in the fierce determination in his eyes and the strength in his bearing. He glanced over at Little John, who was starting to stir on the ground. Then he glanced back at Will. "We could use a man of your skills," he said, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. And it seems you already have a taste for our line of work. So, what say you? Well, Scarlet? Will's answering grin was fierce and bright, his eyes shining with excitement. "Aye," he said, clasping Robin's arm in a firm grip. "I will join you, Robin Hood, and together we will make the rich and the powerful tremble at the sound of our very names." And with that, a new legend was born. The legend of Robin Hood and his merry men, the scourge of the Sheriff of Nottingham, and the champions of the downtrodden. And as they melted back into the shadows of Sherwood Forest, ready to begin their next adventure, Robin knew that he had found more than just a new companion. He had found a true friend, a brother in arms who would stand by his side through thick and thin. And with Will Scarlet and Little John at his side, he knew that there was nothing they couldn't accomplish, no injustice they couldn't right. But this, Robin knew, this was only the beginning. And in time, the rich and the Sheriff of Nottingham wouldn't know what hit them. In the dimly remembered epoch, where legend and truth were indistinguishable, the lands of Britain lay fragmented, each piece a chessboard of power, mystery, and impending conflict. Here, King Uther Pendragon, a figure both revered and feared, held sway over the tumultuous realm. His rule was a fortress amidst the swirling mists of war and dark prophecies, a beacon of strength in an era where uncertainty lurked like a shadow in every corner. Within the imposing stone battlements of Pendragon's stronghold, perched defiantly against the backdrop of a brooding sky, the air was thick with anticipation and whispered secrets. It was in this fortress that Uther Pendragon's dominion was bolstered by the allegiance of two extraordinary figures, whose influence and prowess resonated throughout the kingdom. Merlin the Wise, a sage whose name evoked both reverence and mystery, stood as the sovereign's most trusted advisor. Far more than a mere wielder of magic, Merlin was a master of the arcane arts, a custodian of knowledge that spanned the breadth of time and space. His presence was a confluence of wisdom and mystery, his foresight into the unfolding of future events as unnerving as it was invaluable. His counsel was sought after like a guiding star in the darkest of nights. Alongside Merlin, Sir Ulfius, the epitome of chivalry and martial prowess, served as the steadfast protector of the realm, adorned in battle-worn armor that told of silent stories of valor and sacrifice. Sir Ulfius's blade was not merely a weapon, but a symbol of the enduring spirit of those who stand guard over their land and people. His courage and skill in combat were legendary, his name echoing as a byword for bravery across the war-ravaged expanses of ancient Britain. King Uther Pendragon's wife, the gentle Igraine, had 2 daughters from another marriage. One of the daughters, Morgana Le Fay, was a famous witch. Soon, Igraine had a baby boy, and when Merlin came to meet this child, he stood over the baby's cradle and shut his eyes. "Lord," he told Uther Pendragon, "I am sorry to tell you that I see bad things in the future. You'll soon become sick with a fever and die, and your kingdom will fall into great confusion. And this child's life will be in great danger from enemies that will try to take what is rightfully his. I beg you, let myself and Ulfius take the baby away. We will hide him in a safe place until he is grown." Uther Pendragon had great faith both in Merlin's advice and in the gifts he thought his son would someday bring to this world. So he accepted Merlin's arrangement. As foretold, the king succumbed to the merciless grip of his affliction, his demise heralding an era of darkness. The land, once unified under the banner of Pendragon, fractured into 1,000 shards of ambition and deceit. Lesser kings rose like spectres in the night, their claims to the throne as fleeting and fragile as the shadows. Knights and barons, stripped of honor and virtue, prowled the lands, their intentions as dark as the cloaks that enshrouded them. And for 18 harrowing years, the land mourned, its sorrow as palpable as the chill of the unyielding winter. In these darkest of times, the Archbishop of Canterbury sought the counsel of Merlin. His plea, born from the depths of despair, was a clarion call for salvation. Merlin, whose eyes held the secrets of the ages, once again peered into the abyss of the future. His words, infused with a solemn promise, spoke of a king, born under Uther Pendragon's bloodline, whose wisdom and valor would eclipse even that of the legendary sovereign himself. Yet, The path to the throne was ensnared in riddles and intrigue. The Archbishop, perplexed by the enigmatic nature of Merlin's prophecy, sought clarity amidst the fog of uncertainty. It was then that Merlin, with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes, unveiled his grand design, a spectacle of destiny that would irrevocably alter the course of history. With a flourish of his hands, Merlin conjured a vision of majestic grandeur. A colossal stone emerged from the ether, marble, its surface smooth and inscrutable. Upon this foundation of eternity, an anvil of unyielding steel materialized. It was into this anvil that Merlin thrust a sword of unparalleled craftsmanship. The blade, shimmering with an ethereal glow, bore an inscription in golden letters, a decree that sealed the fate of a kingdom. Whoever shall put this sword out from the anvil shall be the rightful king of Britain. The proclamation of this celestial challenge sent ripples through the land. From the farthest reaches of the kingdom, figures of renown and ambition converged upon London, their hearts alight with the fire of aspiration. The city, a mosaic of life and colour, swelled with the influx of nobles and commoners alike, each drawn by the allure of destiny. As the day of reckoning dawned, the Archbishop, his heart bowed by the spectacle before him, confided in Merlin his optimism. Yet, the sorcerer, wise to the unpredictable nature of fate, hinted at a revelation that would transcend the expectations of even the most astute. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the heavens and the anticipatory breath of the earth, the saga of power, destiny, and the unyielding spirit of a kingdom unfolded, a tale as timeless as the stars themselves. Under the vast canopy of a sky cloaked in banners and flags, the illustrious Sir Ector Bonmaison, a paragon of chivalry and valour, ventured into the heart of London. Accompanying him were his sons, Sir Kay, a knight whose mettle and courage were the subject of minstrel songs, and Arthur, a youth of merely 18 summers, whose destiny was yet a whispered secret in the winds of time. Though but an esquire at arms, serving in the shadow of his brother, there was an unspoken promise in Arthur's gaze, a silent harbinger of greatness yet unveiled. With them, they brought the trappings of their noble house, a cavalcade that spoke of their prestige, tents of emerald silk emblazoned with the proud crest of their lineage, billowed in the gentle breeze. A Upon their arrival at the tournament grounds, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur unfolded before their eyes. A sea of nobility had converged, a dazzling mosaic of kings, dukes, and their resplendent courts. Amidst this congregation, over 20,000 lords and ladies lent their presence, their myriad of banners and pennants weaving a tapestry so dense that the very sky seemed but a distant memory. In the midst of this kaleidoscope, the Archbishop of Canterbury beheld the scene with a knowing smile. Before him was set to unfurl an event of mythic proportions, a confluence of destiny and desire, where the valorous would vie not only for the honour of extracting the sword from the anvil, but also to showcase their prowess in the contests preceding the fateful Christmas Day. Sir Kay, a figure of noble bearing, was deemed worthy to partake in the martial dance of the tournament. Young Arthur, his heart swelling with pride for his brother, bore the family standard onto the field, his eyes alight with the fervour of the moment. As the moment of reckoning dawned, the multitudes converged upon the field, their collective presence a living fortress of anticipation and awe. At the Archbishop's behest, the air was rent with the clarion call of a herald's trumpet, signalling the commencement of a ballet of steel and valour. Knights, adorned in the sun-kissed armour of their order, emerged like titans from the gates of destiny, their presence commanding the very earth to bear witness. The ground shuddered under the relentless onslaught of war steeds, their riders locked in a dance as old as time itself. When the dust of the first encounter settled, the field lay adorned with the shattered remnants of combat. As the crowd drew a collective breath, their spirits entwined with the fates unfolding before them, the stage was set anew. Sir Kay, his prowess undiminished, stood ready to embrace the next chapter of the contest. This time, the whisper of drawn swords would tell the tale. In this melee of flashing steel, Sir Kay's blade sang a song of defiance, his skill on display in a storm of clashing wills. Yet, in the heat of his triumph, a shadow loomed, a formidable adversary, Balamorginus, whose might was whispered in the hushed tones of respect and dread. In the tempest of their encounter, steel met steel with a force that echoed through the marrow of the earth. Sir Kay, emboldened by his previous victories, delivered a blow of such ferocity that it seemed the very heavens might take pause. But fate is a capricious weaver. As Balamorgius reeled, his senses a whirlwind of disarray, Sir Kay's triumph faltered upon the cruel realization that his sword lay in ruins, a fractured remnant of his once indomitable will. "Arthur," Sir Kay cried. "Quick, rush to our father's tent and get me another sword." Arthur ran as quickly as he could, but when he arrived at the tent, he found no one and no weapons there. Suddenly, he remembered a certain sword that he had seen pushed into an anvil nearby. Surely, he thought, that sword would suit his brother's purposes very well. With the guardians of this sacred relic drawn away by the spectacle of the tournament, destiny lay unguarded, its secret ripe for the taking. Arthur ascended towards the stone, his hands, guided by a fate yet unknown, grasped the hilt of destiny. With a breath, a whisper really, the sword yielded to his call, slipping from its stone sheath, as if it had been waiting for this very moment. Covered in his cloak, Arthur made his way back to the field. In his hands he bore not just a sword, but the dawn of a saga that would echo through the ages. As Sir Kay beheld the legendary sword, a profound stillness enveloped him, as if a sorcerer's spell had petrified him where he stood. His gaze, locked upon the gleaming blade, bore an expression of utter disbelief. When his voice finally emerged, it was a fragmented whisper. Where did you find this sword?" Arthur, unmarred by the shadows of deceit that clung to his brother, relayed the tale of his innocent endeavour, oblivious to the treacherous tide that was about to turn. Sir Kay, ensnared by ambition's whisper, conceived a plot. He resolved to claim the glory of the sword's retrieval as his own, ensnaring the unsuspecting Arthur in a tapestry of silence and deceit. "Tell no one," he urged, his words a venomous shroud, cloaking the purity of Arthur's truth. Yet, the gravity of his feigned triumph was a secret too burdensome for silence. "Fetch our father," he commanded Arthur, casting him as the unwitting herald of his grand charade. Sir Ector, upon his arrival, was met with a visage that spoke volumes. A son, pale as the ghostly ash, eyes alight with a feverish glow of dread and deceit. Sir Ector's gaze fell upon the sword. "How did you get this?" he asked his son. Sir Kay stalled. "I broke my original sword, and then got this one instead." "My son," Ector exclaimed, "if you drew this sword out from the anvil, then you are the rightful king of Britain." But if you indeed drew the sword out, you should just as easily be able to push it back in. You'll need to draw it out again, with witnesses. Sir Kay was troubled. Who could push a sword into a solid block of iron, he wondered. That would be a miracle. But if his brother, who was nothing special, could pull it out, then surely he, who felt himself to be much more special, could push it back in and pull it back out. When back at the anvil, which was still unguarded, Sir Kay unwrapped the sword from a cloak. He set its point upon the anvil's iron and pushed it back in with all his strength, but to no avail. After a few minutes, and after he had turned almost purple from effort, he gave up. "Father," he confessed, "no man may perform this miracle." "Could I try?" Arthur asked. His father gave him a look. "By what right?" said Hector. Arthur steeled himself. "By the right that I drew the sword out in the first place for my brother," Arthur said. He was not bragging, only stating a fact. He was still innocent, you see, with no understanding of the contest or its meaning. He did not know why his father looked at him so strangely now. "Are you angry with me?" he asked. Sir Hector told his younger son that he wasn't angry, and asked his older son Sir Kay to hand the sword over to his younger brother. Both father and eldest son watched as Arthur hopped upon the marble block and easily pushed the sword back into the stone. Then he pulled it out and pushed it in once again, performing the miracle twice. Sir Hector gasped and kneeled. He clasped his hands together as though praying. "Father," Arthur cried, dropping the sword and running over to him. "I am not your father," Sir Hector said, and Arthur's face fell. Sir Kay's face had fallen too, but his at the thought that his brother instead of him might actually be king. Sir Hector cleared his throat and began to tell a story. The story had started 18 years ago, he explained. The wizard Merlin and the knight Ulfius had brought him a baby. They had not told him what baby it was, only that he must name that child Arthur and raise him as if he were his own. And this he had done. Sir Ector had never guessed who Arthur's father might be, he said. But today it seemed quite clear. Surely no other baby but Uther Pendragon's could have performed such a miracle. Arthur must be the true king. "Why are you crying, my child?" he asked Arthur. "I'm crying because I feel as though I have lost you, lost my father," Arthur replied. "And because I would rather have you as my father than be king of Britain." It was then, at that moment, as if by magic, two men appeared, the wizard Merlin and the knight Ulfius themselves. "I have seen all that has happened here today in the surface of my looking glass," Merlin explained. "I have been waiting for this moment for 18 long years." He looked at Arthur in the eyes, taking his hand in his own. Merlin told Arthur what his future held in store for him. "You, Arthur, will be the greatest and most famous king who has ever lived," he said. "You will have many excellent knights gathered around you. The world will talk of your deeds and adventures until the very end of time. Arthur, will you promise me something?" Sir Ector asked the boy, suddenly, who was no longer his son. "When you are king of Britain, will you give your brother Kay a position in your kingdom?" Of course I will," Arthur repeated. "But only if you will be my father forever." Arthur sealed this exchange of promises with a kiss upon his father's forehead and also upon both cheeks. Both men would keep their promises in the future. Merlin then turned to Arthur and asked, "Would you be so kind to put the sword back in the stone? For tomorrow we shall show the world who is the rightful king." As dawn broke on the morning, the air was electric with anticipation. The city, swollen with throngs of onlookers, bore witness to a spectacle poised at the precipice of history. The contest of the sword, a challenge enshrouded in mystery and magic, was set to commence. A grand platform encircled the marble stone, its surface a silent testament to destiny, while a resplendent throne awaited the Archbishop, a beacon of authority amidst the sea of eager faces. The rules of the contest were clear. Only those of noble birth and rightful claim were to attempt the feat in this inaugural round. 19 kings and 16 dukes stepped forward, each brimming with confidence and royal bearing, sought to claim the sword, and with it the kingdom. Yet, one by one, they faltered, their efforts futile against the unyielding enigma of the anvil. Frustration and humiliation settled over the contenders, their failure a silent chorus of disbelief. Accusations flew around like arrows. Merlin has beguiled us all, the defeated nobles proclaimed, their voices a tempest of outrage and wounded pride. They implored the archbishop to disregard the sorcerer's ruse and appoint a king from among their esteemed ranks. The archbishop, standing at the crossroads of doubt and faith, hesitated. His belief in Merlin's integrity held him in thrall. "We shall wait," he declared. But just then, a murmur rippled through the crowd. Merlin and Ulfius approached. "Who are these that approach with Merlin and Ulfius?" the multitude whispered, curiosity alight in their eyes. Sir Ector, Sir Kay, and Arthur, figures unheralded, yet marked with an unspoken significance, drew near. Merlin, with the gravitas that stilled the air, presented Arthur to the archbishop. "This boy comes with the right of blood, the true son of Uther Pendragon," Merlin proclaimed, his words unraveling the tapestry of secrets that had cloaked Arthur's lineage. The crowd, a living entity of awe, gasped at the narrative unfurled. The mystery of Uther Pendragon's heir, long lost to the annals of time, was laid bare before their eyes, as Merlin and Sir Ector corroborated this tale. The archbishop, now a vessel of destiny, granted Arthur the chance to prove his claim. With the world as his witness, Arthur approached the sword, his touch guided by fate and bloodline, coaxed the blade from its iron prison once again. The metal glided free. Arthur, overcome with the joy of his triumphant revelation, brandished the sword aloft, its gleam a beacon of hope and change. The crowd erupted, a cacophony of joy and disbelief that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. Arthur, his heart alight with the realization of destiny, performed the miracle thrice, each extraction a seal upon his claim to the throne. Off to the side, Sir Ector and Sir Kay grappled with a torrent of emotion. The boy they had known, a son and brother, had transcended the realm of their shared history, stepping into the mantle of a king. Yet, in the midst of the clamour and throngs of clamouring for his attention, Arthur sought out the familiar faces of Hector and Circe. Their hands clasped in his, their cheeks graced by his kisses. Arthur bridged the chasm between the past and future, a gesture of unity and gratitude that resonated louder than the cheers around them. As the echoes of the day's revelations faded, Merlin watched, a knowing glimmer in his eye. His wish, a silent invocation cast upon the winds of time, was that all who heard this tale would find inspiration in Arthur's journey. For in the heart of every dreamer lies a sword, waiting to be freed from the anvil of doubt, a testament to the enduring power of faith, courage, and the relentless pursuit of destiny. But of course, things in life are rarely that simple, and this story has no exceptions. Arthur did not immediately become king. While many were happy finally to have peace in the troubled land, others still refused to accept the outcome. Instead, they demanded that Arthur go through further trials. For the sake of peace, the Archbishop agreed. He ordered a second sword challenge, where the entire process was repeated again. Then there was a third challenge, and a fourth. And after the fourth trial, most people were not only convinced, but by then loved Arthur completely. Finally, the Archbishop made it official. And with Merlin's help and good advice, Arthur built a great and powerful kingdom called Camelot. It was a realm that would be remembered through the ages. Camelot rose from the foundations of peace and prosperity. It was a realm shaped by the visions of its king. As tranquility blossomed across the land, the radiance of Arthur's reign would attract souls of valour and virtue. These individuals, knights of noble intent, were drawn to Camelot, their spirits alight with a desire to partake in the glory and chivalry that the court of Arthur promised. They became known as the Knights of the Round Table, each a beacon of the ideals that Camelot upheld. And their stories, interwoven with the fabric of Arthur's realm, are tales of valour, honour, and the eternal quest for glory. Narratives that shall unfurl in the fullness of time, etching themselves into the annals of legend and lore. In the age-old realm of ancient Britain, enveloped by the mystic veils of legend and the silent whispers of forgotten deities, stood a radiant beacon of enlightenment and hope amidst the encroaching shadows of an untamed world. This was Camelot, illustrious citadel of King Arthur and his esteemed knights of the Round Table, emerging as a fortress of chivalry, justice, and honour in an era overwhelmed by turmoil and discord. With its storied walls, the realm's most valiant and righteous warriors convened, their souls bound by the lofty principles of the Round Table. Their blades were forever unsheathed in the service of protecting the defenseless and extinguishing the forces of malevolence, embodying the highest ideals of knighthood and gallantry. Amid the pantheon of legendary knights, Sir Gawain stood out, not just for his valour, but his striking appearance, which mirrored the noble spirit within. The nephew of the grand King Arthur, he was a figure of imposing stature, with broad shoulders that bore the weight of his responsibilities gracefully. His hair, as golden as the dawns that graced Camelot's spires, fell in waves around a face marked by a steadfast gaze and a jaw set in determination. His eyes, a deep green, reflected the verdant lands he vowed to protect and sparkled with a wisdom and kindness that underscored his every deed. Gawain's armour was a testament to his status and skill. Ornately crafted and inlaid with symbols of the ancient and mystical, each piece telling tales of battles won and oaths kept. It gleamed not just from meticulous care, but from the inner light of his honour and purity. At his side hung a sword, not merely a weapon, but a symbol of his commitment to justice and protection. This blade, forged in the fires of righteousness, had tasted the darkness of many battles, yet it shone brightly, as untarnished as Gawain's vow to stand as a bulwark against the encroaching shadows that threatened to cast Britain into perpetual night. Yet, within the resplendent halls of Camelot, adorned with gleaming tapestries and the glow of torchlight, shadows crept, and hidden perils bided their time, eager to challenge the courage of the noblest champions. On a particularly frigid winter's eve, while the court indulged in the joyous celebration and festive warmth of the Christmas feast, an unforeseen guest emerged, piercing the tranquility of the enchanted domain. This stranger, cloaked in mystery and bearing the weight of untold intentions, arrived as the laughter echoed and the firelight danced, setting the stage for a tale of valour and trial that would etch itself into the annals of legend. The majestic doors of the great hall swung open with a thunderous crash. heralding the entrance of a figure, an imposing spectacle, draped entirely in verdant green, from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. This colossal being, a titan among men, loomed over the assembly, his stature dwarfing even the most formidable of the knights. His eyes, alight with a spectral gleam, pierced through the revelry, casting a chill that threaded its way through the hearts of all the onlookers. And clasped within his grasp was a branch of holly, its dark, lush leaves whispering tales of ancient shadowed groves, while his other hand wielded a formidable battle axe. The weapon's blade, sharpened to the deadly precision of a whisper-thin edge, glinted ominously in the flickering torchlight. I come seeking the bravest and boldest of King Arthur's knights, boomed the voice of the Green Knight, his declaration echoing through the hall with a force that vibrated the timbered rafters overhead. Who among you possesses the courage to face my challenge and demonstrate your valor? The assembled knights, cloaked in the prestige and honor of the Round Table, turned their gaze towards their sovereign, their expressions etched with a mix of apprehension and awe. Yet, King Arthur, the epitome of wisdom and justice, ascended from his regal seat, his demeanor composed, his gaze unwavering as he met the eyes of the verdant intruder. Before any among my fellowship ventures to accept your gauntlet, Arthur responded, his tone imbued with the calm authority of a seasoned monarch, we would hear the terms of this test. Speak without guile, Sir Knight, that we may ascertain the true measure of your proposition. The Green Knight's lips twisted into a grin, both mocking and sinister, as he unfolded the terms of his eerie proposition. A mere trifle, a jest for the Yuletide, he proclaimed, his voice laden with scorn. Let one among you deliver unto me a single stroke with my own axe. In a year's time, that very champion shall seek me at the Green Chapel, there to receive an identical stroke in exchange. A wave of disquiet swept through the knights, their unease palpable in the air. They were no strangers to the clash of battle, to the exchange of blows born of conflict and enmity. Yet, the notion of striking a pact that entailed willingly submitting to the edge of a foe's weapon struck them as a grave folly, a venture into unknown pearls. Amidst this brewing storm of doubt and deliberation, Sir Gawain rose, his spirit aflame with valour and his commitment to honour steadfast. Laying his hand upon the sword that had served as his companion in many a noble deed, he stepped forth from the ranks. "I shall rise to this challenge," he announced, his declaration resounding with firm resolve. "I am Sir Gawain, of Arthur's esteemed Round Table, and no creature, be it a man of green or otherwise, shall sway my heart with fear." The Green Knight's gaze sparkled with malevolent delight as he extended his massive axe to Gawain, the instrument chilling and weighty in the young knight's hold. With the resolve steeling his heart, Gawain adjusted his grip. The gravity of his impending act pressing down upon him like the hand of fate. And in one fluid motion, he swung the axe, its blade slicing through the air and into the Green Knight's neck. Severing bone with a gruesome resonance that echoed through the hall. An audible gasp of horror swept through the onlookers as the Green Knight's head plummeted to the cold flagstones. A gush of unearthly green blood marring the floor. Yet, as a collective shudder passed through the crowd, the knight's body remained eerily upright, a spectacle that drew a mixture of fascination and revulsion. Then, in a turn of events that sent waves of dread rippling through the assembly, the decapitated head began to speak, its voice a bubbling echo from beyond. "Your blow was true, Sir Gawain," the head intoned, its tone a chilling reminder of the pact sealed. "Bear in mind your vow. A year hence, you must find me at the Green Chapel and present yourself to my axe, as I have stood before you this eve." With these words lingering in the charged silence, the Green Knight's torso stooped, retrieving its head with an unsettling grace. Then, With measured steps that resonated against the stone, he departed the hall, leaving behind a veil of stunned quiet as the reality of Gawain's bold commitment began to sink into the hearts of all present. As the wheel of the year spun by, weaving through the tapestry of seasons, the echo of that haunting night remained steadfast in Gawain's mind. The Green Knight's challenge loomed ominously, a spectre of dread that shadowed every moment, growing ever more oppressive as the day of reckoning neared. Resigned to the inescapable path laid before him, Sir Gawain was engulfed by a solemn resolve. With a heart burdened by the weight of impending fate, he clad himself in his armour, each piece a cold reflection of the dim winter dawn. The metal, polished to a mute shine, seemed to whisper of the grave task ahead. He offered his farewells to the brethren of the Round Table, to King Arthur and Queen Guinevere, and to the nobleman whose grace had always been a beacon in the darkest of times. Within him, a quiet acceptance took root, the painful acknowledgement that these partings might herald the end of all he held dear. Mounting his steed, Gawain set forth from the gates of Camelot, the chill wind tugging at his cloak, the ground beneath them hard and unforgiving with frost. Each step away from the castle felt like a further burden upon his spirit. Yet, his determination remained unshaken. His promise was his bond, an oath that he would uphold at any cost. Guided by honour and the unyielding force of his vow, Gawain ventured into the unknown, prepared to face whatever end his quest might bring. For days and nights uncounted, Gawain travelled through the wild lands of Britain, his path taking him over windswept moors and through tangled forests, past crumbling ruins and ancient standing stones that seemed to whisper of long forgotten secrets. He faced many dangers on his journey. Prowling wolves and hulking giants, treacherous bogs and icy rivers. But always he pressed on, his resolve unwavering. Upon Upon the approach of year's end and the deep chill of the winter solstice, Sir Gawain reached the threshold of a formidable castle. Its walls aglow as though cast from the very lustre of the sun. Here, within these radiant battlements, he was embraced with the warmth of kinship by the castle's lord, a figure of noble grace and generous heart named Bertilac de Hautezure. "Welcome, Sir Gawain," greeted Lord Bertilac, his firm grasp a testament to a warrior's camaraderie. "The road has wearied you, no doubt. Stay your journey here, amongst friends. Let us indulge you in the mirth of feasting, for it is well known the path that lies ahead is fraught with peril and uncertainty." Compelled by the sincerity of Bertilac's invitation, Gawain found himself momentarily setting aside the looming spectre of his quest. The promise of respite and fellowship in the warmth embrace of the castle's hall was just too sweet a solace to forsake. And so, in the span of 3 days, Gawain partook in a revelry that seemed to suspend time itself, his heart and laughter intertwining with those of Lord Bertilac and his glorious court. The Lord's wife, the enchanting Lady Bertilac, with her beauty that could eclipse the moon and charm that could sway the sternest heart, became a figure of fascination for Gawain. Her allure tested the mettle of his chivalry, tempting him to stray from the path of virtue. As the dawn of the 4th day painted the sky with hues of promise, Lord Bertilac, bound for the hunt, proposed a light-hearted accord. "Let us entertain a pact, Sir Gawain," he suggested, mischief dancing in his gaze. "The bounty of my hunt shall be yours, and in kind, you shall grant me whatever fortune graces you under my roof." With the spirit of the festivities yet lingering like a sweet intoxication, Gawain consented to the pact, little foreseeing the complexities it would weave into the fabric of his stay. As the hours waned and Lady Bertilac sought his company, her gaze laden with unspoken desires, Gawain perceived the intricacies of the web in which he was ensnared. "Valiant Gawain," she entreated, her touch a whisper against his skin. "A knight of your stature must surely harbour tales of loves both lost and won. Would you not share with me the secrets that stir your heart?" In the face of temptation, Gawain held fast to the tenets of his knighthood, gently rebuffing her advances. "My lady," he responded, "I am but a humble servant of the Round Table, sworn to uphold the virtues of chivalry and fidelity. I must not, cannot, forsake the trust of your lord husband, nor the sacred oaths that bind me." Yet, Lady Bertilac's pursuit was relentless. Her seductions a test of Gawain's resolve, leaving him to navigate the precarious balance between honour and desire, his spirit embattled by the duality of his duties and the depths of his temptation. On the third day, as he prepared to depart, Lady Bertilac came to him one last time, bearing a gift. "Take this, Sir Gawain," she said, pressing a girdle of green silk into his hands. "It is an enchanted token, woven with spells of protection. Wear it against your skin, and no blade nor blow shall have the power to harm you." Gawain hesitated, torn between his desire for the lady's favour and his sense of honour. But in the end, the thought of the Green Knight's axe and the doom that awaited him proved too much to bear. He accepted the girdle, draping it about his waist and concealing it beneath his armour, a talisman against the fate he feared. And so, with a heavy heart and a troubled mind, Gawain rode out from Lord Bertilac's castle, the green girdle hidden beneath his surcoat. He knew that by keeping the girdle and not presenting it to Lord Bertilac as part of their pact, he had betrayed his host's trust and his own honour. Yet, the fear of death was a powerful force, one that could sway even the bravest of knights. As he rode through the barren countryside, the wind howling about him like a legion of lost souls, Gawain's thoughts turned ever darker. He had been tested, as all knights must be, but he had been found wanting. The Green Knight's challenge had exposed the cracks in his armour, the weakness that lay beneath his shining facade of knightly virtue. But even as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Gawain clung to the hope that redemption might still be within his grasp. He had failed, yes, but he had not fallen. He had stumbled, But he had not surrendered. And so, with grim determination, he pressed on towards the green chapel and the fate that awaited him there. At last, as the sun sank low on the horizon, and the shadows lengthened into a cloak of darkness, Gawain came to the green chapel. It was an eerie place, a jagged wound in the earth that seemed to throb with an unholy energy. The very stones seemed to whisper of ancient evils and long-forgotten curses, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. And there, waiting in the shadows, stood the Green Knight. His emerald armor glinting in the fading light, his axe held loosely at his side. He grinned as Gawain approached, a smile that held no warmth or mirth. "Welcome, Sir Gawain," he said, his voice a rasping whisper that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth. "I see you have not forgotten our bargain. Come, let us settle our debt." Gawain dismounted, his legs trembling beneath him as he faced his foe. He knew that he should be afraid, that he should beg for mercy or flee in terror. But something in him, some last shred of knightly pride, would not allow him to yield. And so, with a deep breath and a silent prayer, Gawain sank to his knees before the Green Knight. Baring his neck to the blade. He closed his eyes, waiting for the blow that would end his life and his shame. But the blow did not come. Instead, he felt the cold kiss of steel against his skin. A feather-light touch that traced the line of his throat without breaking the surface. Once, twice, thrice the axe descended, each time stopping just short of its mark. until at last Gawain opened his eyes in confusion. "What game is this?" he demanded, his voice rough with fear and anger. "If you mean to kill me, then do it and be done. But do not mock me with false mercy." The Green Knight threw back his head and laughed, a sound that echoed through the chapel like the tolling of a funeral bell. "Ah, Gawain," he said, "you have proven yourself true in all things save one. You kept your word and came to face me, even though you knew it might mean your certain death. That takes a rare courage, and for that I commend you. But," he continued, his tone hardening, "you also betrayed the trust of your host and accepted a token meant to protect you from harm. That was a coward's choice, and it stains the honor you hold so dear." Gawain felt the weight of the Green Knight's words like a physical blow, and he bowed his head in shame. "You are right," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. "I have failed in my duty as a knight, and I am not worthy of the title I bear. Do with me as you will, Green Knight, for now my life is forfeit." But the Green Knight merely shook his head, a strange smile playing about his lips. "Your life, Sir Gawain, is not mine to take," he said, "for I am not what I seem." And with those words, the Green Knight's form shimmered and changed, his emerald armor melting away to reveal the familiar face of Lord Bertilac. "I am the lord of the castle where you stayed," he said, "and the Green Knight was but a guise, a test of your mettle and your honor." Gawain stared at him in astonishment, his mind reeling with revelation. But why?" he asked, his voice trembling. Why put me through such a trial? Because, Sir Gawain, Lord Bertilac said, the world is a dark and dangerous place, and the Knights of the Round Table are the light that holds back the shadows. But even the brightest light can be dimmed by doubt and temptation. And it is only by facing our weaknesses that we can truly become strong. He reached out and clasped Gawain's shoulder, his grip firm but not unkind. You have learned a valuable lesson here, my friend. Honor is not a shining armor that we don once and never remove. It is a choice we make, day by day, moment by moment, to be true to ourselves and to those we serve. It is a constant struggle, and one that we will not always win. But it is in the striving that we find our true worth. Gawain felt the truth of Lord Bertilac's words sink deep into his heart, and he knew that he would carry them with him for the rest of his days. He rose to his feet, the green girdle still wrapped about his waist, and bowed deeply to the man who had been his host and his foe. Thank you, my lord, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I will not forget the lesson you have taught me, nor the mercy you have shown. I will strive to be a better knight and a better man for having known you. And with that, Gawain mounted his horse, and he rode out from the green chapel. The weight of his shame and his newfound wisdom heavy upon his shoulders. He knew that he would never be the same, that the Gawain who had left Camelot would not be the same man who now returned. But he also knew that he was not alone. The Knights of the Round Table, his brothers in arms, would stand with him, and together they would face the darkness that threatened to engulf their land. They would be the light in the shadows, the hope in the midst of despair, and though they might stumble and fall along the way, they would always rise again, stronger and truer than before. And so, Gawain rode on, the green girdle fluttering in the wind, a symbol of his failure and his redemption. And he rode towards Camelot, towards his king, towards his fellow knights, towards the destiny that awaited him. And though the road ahead was long, and the dangers many, he knew that he would face them with courage and honor. For he was a knight of the Round Table, and that was a brotherhood that could never be broken. This is a tale of King Arthur, the legendary king of Britain who ruled over the famous knights of the Round Table. It is also about Sir Gawain, the nephew of King Arthur, and the noblest of those who sat at the Round Table. It begins, as so many of these tales do, with a damsel in distress. It was said she came while the court was in Carlisle, on a day when the autumn mist hung low over the castle walls, and the knights were gathered in the great hall. Of course, they were sharing tales of their recent adventures as they usually would. The old fire crackled merrily in the enormous stone hearth, casting dancing shadows across the tapestries that adorned the walls. And it was then, in the midst of this peaceful scene, that the great oak doors burst open. They burst open with such a force that they struck the stone walls with a thunderous crash. Her hair was bedraggled, her clothes torn, and her eyes wild with grief. She stumbled into the hall, her bare feet leaving muddy prints on the polished stones, her breathing ragged, as though she had run for miles and miles without any rest. "Help me, King Arthur," she cried. "My husband has been stolen from me and enslaved by the wicked knight of Tarn. Though I fought him, see how my clothes are torn. There was nothing I could do. My husband is gone. And so I turn to you, great King. great king, give him back to me. Slay the Knight of Tarn. The woman collapsed to her knees before the high table where King Arthur sat, his crown glinting in the firelight. Tears streamed down her dirt-stained cheeks as she stretched out her hands in supplication. When King Arthur heard this, he was shocked, but pleased at the same time. You see, the sight of the poor woman genuinely moved him, of course, but he secretly loved adventure and couldn't help but look forward to this new challenge. His eyes brightened with the familiar gleam that his knights knew well, the look that appeared whenever a particularly dangerous task presented itself. "Fear not, good woman," he declared. "No knight who enslaves the innocent shall escape the justice of Camelot." And so, the very same day, he set out on his horse. Despite the protests of his advisors, he went alone, armed only, it was said, with a spear, and with Excalibur, his magic sword. And as he went, he whistled. For you see, King Arthur had never known fear. Or if he had never shown it. But this time, something very strange happened. As he rode further and further into the wood, which became steadily darker and darker, that whistle died on his lips. The familiar sounds of civilization faded behind him, replaced by an unnatural silence that seemed to press against his ears like a heavy weight. His usually spirited horse began to shy and snort with nervousness. He passed a lake as black as blood on a moonless night, and his whole body shivered. The water's surface was perfectly still, not even the faintest ripple disturbing its mirror-like surface. And yet, Arthur could swear he saw shapes moving in its depths. All the trees had lost their leaves. Their branches writhed like snakes in the wind, and ragged crows hung above them, laughing in the horrible way that crows do. King Arthur's teeth began to chatter. His magnificent warhorse, which had carried him fearlessly into countless battles, now trembled beneath him. At last, he saw the knight's castle. It was vast, wider at the top than at the bottom, with 2 dark windows high up and a solid black portcullis below. The very stones seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, and strange phosphorescent moss clung to its walls. From a distance, you could have mistaken it for an enormous human skull. It was as much as King Arthur could do to point his horse towards the drawbridge. But when the portcullis opened, with a loud metallic creaking that seemed to echo from the very bowels of the earth, and the Knight of Tarn rode out, the last of his courage left him. The figure that emerged was clad in armor so black it seemed to swallow light itself. With a groan, he fell to the ground, almost fainting. The knight, invisible in his black armor, dismounted from his horse, walked over to where Arthur knelt. The king could not find the strength to look up. He heard the crunch of footsteps on gravel and the clink of armor. Then came the sound of metal scraping against metal as the knight drew out his sword. There was a minute's silence. It seemed to drag on for an hour. Finally came a voice, a cold voice. So, this is the great King Arthur, it said. Tell me, King, why should I not lop off your head while you grovel before me? You are the devil, King Arthur gasped. No, the knight laughed. My name is Gromer Somerjour, and I am the servant of Queen Morgana le Fay, your sworn enemy. But see, the lady is here with me. With an effort, King Arthur raised his head, and there, standing beside the knight, was the woman who had sent him on the quest in the first place. But now, she was smiling malevolently at him. You see, Morgana had magically disguised herself, and even in his fear, King Arthur trembled with anger at how easily he had been deceived. Have pity on me, he cried, the words bitter on his tongue. For never before had the great king begged for mercy. Killing you now would be too easy, the knight replied. So, instead, I will send you on a quest. Swear to me that you will return here on your own exactly 1 year from now. But when you come back, you must answer me this question. What is it that women want most in the world? If you can give me the correct answer, I will spare your miserable life. But if you are wrong then, King Arthur, you will die. And your bones will decorate my castle walls. The knight laughed. The lady laughed. Then they moved away. The portcullis came crashing down, and King Arthur was left alone. The journey back to Camelot was the longest of Arthur's life. He had faced dragons and giants, but never had he encountered anything that stripped away his courage so completely. The shame of it burned in his chest like a physical pain. It was sorcery, my lord. It must have been sorcery, Gawain cried when he heard this story. It must have been black magic. That was what caused your fear. That is what made you cry for pity. By your leave, I will ride out to the castle and... No, my dear Gawain. King Arthur stopped him. It is I have been sent on a quest. I am honor bound. What is it that women desire most in this world? I have a year to find out. Then I will come with you, Gawain said. Maybe together we'll have more luck. Arthur looked at his nephew with deep affection. Gawain was perhaps 25 years old, with golden hair and fair complexion that marked him as one of the handsomest knights at court. More than that, he possessed a noble heart and unwavering loyalty. So together, they left Carlisle and they rode out across the country, stopping every woman they met in an attempt to find the answer to the night's question. They spoke to queens and peasants. They spoke to nuns, merchants' wives. They spoke to young maidens and ancient grandmothers. But they soon found themselves with more answers than they knew what to do with. You see, some said that women desired mostly jewels and fine clothes, while others said a good husband and loving children. A wealthy merchant's wife insisted it was security and comfort, while a young nun declared it was spiritual fulfillment. Luxury, loyalty, immortality, independence. These were just some of the answers they received. There was one old lunatic who insisted that all women wanted strawberry jam. The answers ranged from the bizarre to the banal, but not one of them seemed entirely convincing. And so time passed quickly. A week turned into a month. Another month passed, then 2, then 6. The seasons changed around them as they traveled, from autumn into winter, from winter into spring, and finally into summer again. Soon King Arthur and Sir Gawain found themselves on the way back to the enchanted castle. They had a whole catalogue of answers in their saddlebags, but both knew in their hearts that they had failed. It was on the day before they were to part company, perhaps forever, that it is said that they met an old woman. You see, they had stopped in a clearing to rest their horses when Gawain saw her. She was sitting beside a stream, just reading a book. Gawain's first thought was that she was beautifully dressed, and she wore the finest materials. Her whole body was covered in jewels. But then she turned her head, and he realized that she was, without doubt, the ugliest woman he had ever seen. She really was incredibly ugly. Her 2 lips met several inches in front of her nose, and when she smiled, and seeing Gawain, she did indeed smile, her teeth stuck out. and uneven. Her skin was the colour and texture of rice pudding, and her hair would have looked better on a camel. Her nose had been pushed into her face until it had almost disappeared, and she had such a bad squint. She seemed to be trying to look up her own nostrils. Finally, it must be said that she was horrendously fat. So fat, in fact, that her hands and feet appeared to sprout out of her body without the benefit of arms and legs. But she was a woman, and seeing her, King Arthur decided to have one last crack at the question. He approached her, bowing courteously. But before he could speak, she addressed him in a sort of weird, cackling voice. "I know the question you wish to ask," she screeched. "And I also know the answer. But I'll give it to you only on one condition." "And what is that condition?" King Arthur demanded. The horrible woman grinned at Gawain and ran a wet tongue over her lips. "That knight," she said. "How handsome! What lovely hair! What delicate blue eyes! I rather think I fancy having him as my husband. Yeah. Yes, that is my condition. If you will give him to me in marriage, I will save your life." Of course, at this, Gawain went pale. He was indeed young and good-looking. All his friends expected him to come home one day with a beautiful wife. What indeed would they say if he were coupled with this monster? But even as these thoughts rushed into his mind, second, nobler thoughts prevailed. He had a duty. Yes, he had a duty to his uncle, and a duty to the king. "My lord," he said, "if this woman can save your life..." I can, the ugly woman crooned. "If she can save your life," he continued, "then gladly I will marry her." "My dear nephew," King Arthur cried, I couldn't possibly let you do that.
Well, you cannot stop me,
Gawain replied, and he fell to one knee.
My lady,
He exclaimed,
I pledge you my word as a knight of the Round Table that I will marry you if you can save the king. Now, tell him what it is women desire most. And what you desire, you will have.
And so it was. The next morning, King Arthur rode alone, as he had promised, to the castle of Tarn. Once again, a sense of evil surrounded him, like some great darkness. However, this time, he was able to ride forward with confidence. So the answer he carried was a blazing beacon. For the second time, the great portcullis ground open, and the Black Knight rode out, his sword already unsheathed this time. Well, King, he growled, tell me the answer to my question. What is it that women desire most in this world? And so King Arthur replied, boldly and clearly, repeating exactly what the woman had said to him. It is this, he said, that they should have their will, and that they should rule over men. For a long moment, the Black Knight was silent. And then he dropped his sword, and to Arthur's astonishment, fell to his knees. You have answered correctly, sire, he said. And by doing so, you have broken the spell which that evil witch Morgana Le Fay had cast over me. She forced me to send you on your quest. I was her unwilling slave. But now her magic is ended. I beg you, sire. I beg you, let me come. Let me come and serve you at the Round Table. For beneath this foul black armor, I am but a good man. Will but prove myself worthy of you. Then you are welcome, King Arthur said. And as he spoke, the
dread castle of Tarn crackled and crumbled, and suddenly there was a rushing wind as the bricks and ironwork shimmered in the darkness. Then the sunlight broke through the clouds. The castle shattered, the ground beneath it heaving as if to be finally rid of it. A moment later, it had vanished, and once again the birds were singing. "Let us ride together," King Arthur said. And together they turned back to the court. But although the adventure had ended well for him, his heart was heavy. He had a wedding to attend, a nephew to see married. He would have given his kingdom for it to be otherwise. The marriage of Sir Gawain was an event that nobody would ever forget. It was said the preparations alone took a week, for despite the bride's unusual appearance, King Arthur was determined that his nephew should have a wedding worthy of his station. And the great hall was decorated with flowers and silk banners, and all the finest cooks labored to prepare a magnificent feast. And the ugly woman giggled during the service and ate so grotesquely at the feast afterwards that almost as much food went down her dress as into her mouth. She called King Arthur Warty and forgot everybody's names. Of course, this being the age of chivalry, everybody managed to be tremendously polite. When Sir Gawain's new wife got drunk and fell over, they rushed forward to help her up, as if she had merely stumbled. When she made impossibly rude jokes, they laughed and applauded. And they all congratulated Sir Gawain on his good fortune with as much sincerity as they could muster. Poor Gawain was the politest of all of them. Not once did he let on that he had married the ghastly woman because he had been forced to. He called her my lady and held her arm on the way to the table. When she emptied her wine goblet, he refilled it for her. But at the end of the evening, when he found himself alone in the bedchamber with his wife and watched her powdering her nose and all of her 3 chins, it all proved too much for him. He clutched his sword, he clutched his hair. Then he burst into tears. What is it, my little plum? The lady asked. What has so upset you on your wedding night? Lady, Gawain replied, you know full well what troubles me. You force me to be your husband. In truth, I would rather not. And why not? The lady demanded. I cannot say. Tell me. Very well. Gawain took a deep breath. I do not want to hurt you, but you are old, ugly, and evidently of low birth. Forgive me. But what's so wrong? The woman gurgled. With age comes wisdom and discretion. Are these not good things for a wife to possess? Maybe I am ugly, but if so, you will never need fear rivals while you are married to me. Is this not a good thing? Finally, you accuse me of being of low birth. Are you really such a snob, Gawain? Do you think that nobility comes just because you are born into a good family? Surely it depends on the character of a person. Can you not teach me to be noble like you? Gawain thought for a moment. Despite his innermost feelings, he could not help but agree that the old woman had a point. At the same time, he felt ashamed. Whatever he thought of her, she had saved the life of his uncle. He had behaved badly towards her. He had not behaved like a knight of the Round Table. My lady, he said, you are right in everything you say. I have spoken discourteously towards you, and I apologize. Then come to bed, she said. But even as she spoke, Gawain detected something different in her voice. And when he turned round, he saw to his amazement that she had changed. It was no fat and ugly woman that lay on his bed, but a young, beautiful girl, fair skin, soft, brown eyes. Gawain, she said, smiling at him. Let me explain. Groma Major, or the Black Knight, as you knew him, is my brother. You see, both of us were enslaved by the wicked Queen Morgana Le Fay the king to release my brother from her spell. But only the kindness and understanding of a noble spirit could save me from my horrible enchantment. This is what you have given me, dear Gawain. And now, at last, you see me as I really am. I am your wife, if you will have me. But this time, the choice is really yours. Gawain gazed at her, utterly speechless. Then he took her hand in his own and held it close to his cheek. "My lady," he whispered, "I would be honored to be your husband. I love you, not just for your beauty, but for the wisdom you showed me when I needed it most." The next morning, the court was astounded to see what had happened. And so the king ordered a second wedding feast, so that everyone this time could really enjoy themselves. And it was said that Gawain and his lady lived happily together for many, many years. And although nobody ever told the story when either of them was present, for the fear of embarrassing them, I suppose, on many a winter's night, when the knights and their pages would gather round the crackling fire, they would once again hear the strange tale of the ugly wife. There are stories that slip through the cracks of history. Tales too strange for textbooks, too persistent to dismiss. While school children learn of Arthur's sword and Boudica's rebellion, other mysteries whisper from the margins of medieval chronicles, refusing to be forgotten. Tonight, I invite you to 3 forgotten corners of Britain, where the impossible once walked among the everyday, where witnesses swore oaths that scholars still debate, where the line between legend and history blurs like heat haze over summer fields. In a Suffolk village, 2 children emerged from the earth itself, their skin the color of new leaves. On a windswept coast, fishermen hauled something from the depths that was neither fully man nor beast. And in the west, beneath Welsh waters, church bells still toll for a kingdom that vanished in a single night. These are not fairy tales. Medieval chroniclers recorded them with the same careful attention they gave to royal births and battlefield victories. Archaeological evidence supports fragments of each account. Yet, the deeper you dig, the stranger they become. So walk with me now, as late summer settles over the barley fields of East Anglia. The Green Children of Woolpit. The harvest heat shimmered above the Suffolk countryside in the last days of August, somewhere in the reign of King Stephen. Reapers moved through the barley like ships through a golden sea, their scythes catching the light with each rhythmic sweep. Then came the shriek from the wolf pits, those deep excavations dug to trap the grey hunters that still roamed England's wilder margins. At the pit's edge, they found them. Two children clinging to each other in the shadowed depths. Their faces turned upward like pale flowers seeking light. But these were no ordinary children. Their skin held the hue of spring leaves, a delicate green that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. Their hair fell in dark tangles around features that were almost human, almost, but not quite. The guardswoman, who later swore her account before Sir Richard de Caen, would describe them as looking half-ripe, like fruit picked too early from the branch. Gentle hands lifted the trembling children from their earthen prison. The boy, perhaps 7, clung to his sister with desperate strength. She appeared older, maybe 10, her green eyes surveying this strange new world with equal parts fear and curiosity. They spoke no English, no French, no Latin the local priest could recognize. When offered bread, they recoiled as if it were poison. When shown mutton, they wept. Only when someone brought raw broad beans from the castle garden did they fall upon the food with ravenous hunger. Sir Richard de Caen, Lord of the Manor, was a practical man who had seen war and famine. But the green children reduced him to wonder. He ordered chambers prepared for them in the castle, commanded they be fed and clothed and treated with courtesy. The boy grew pale and listless. The vibrant green of his skin began to fade, not toward healthy pink, but leaching away like dye from cloth, leaving him almost translucent, before the autumn leaves had fully turned. He was dead, buried in the churchyard with all the rites of a Christian child. Agnes, for that became her name once she learned Norman French, proved more resilient. Slowly, she acquired English speech. Her skin gradually lost its otherworldly hue, fading to pale olive. She learned to eat bread and meat, though it was said she always preferred vegetables. And when she could finally speak clearly, she told the story that haunts the chronicles still. She spoke of St. Martin's Land, a country beyond a great river where the sun never fully rose and twilight reigned eternal. The light there was soft and green, she said, like the glow that filters through water. Her people were all of her complexion, and they knew no harsh sunlight, no blazing noon, no darkness deeper than gentle dusk. She and her brother had been tending cattle when they heard bells, not familiar chimes, but something richer, more compelling. Following this sound, they entered a cave that led ever upward, growing brighter until they emerged into a world of impossible radiance. The wolf pit had been their first glimpse of this blazing realm. The church bells of Woolpit, she insisted, were what called them from their twilight country. Agnes grew to womanhood in Woolpit, her strangeness worn smooth by daily life. She married a royal messenger, and the last credible sighting placed her on the King's Lynn Road, riding to court. Some say she lived to old age, bearing children who showed no trace of their mother's origins. Others claim she simply faded from memory, as remarkable people sometimes do when they tire of being remarkable. Two chroniclers of impeccable reputation recorded this tale independently. William of Newborough prefaced his account with characteristic reluctance. He said, "I have long hesitated to include this marvel, but the consistency of the testimony compels me." Ralph of Coggeshall, abbot and chronicler, provided a second account that aligns remarkably well with William's. Both place the event during Stephen's troubled reign between 1135 and 1154. Woolpit in Suffolk takes its name from the wolf traps common in medieval England, the manor where Sir Richard might have resided became Wykes Hall, parts of which still stand. The most prosaic explanation emerged when Victorian antiquarian Paul Harris suggested the children were Flemish refugees from Henry II's brutal suppression. These children might have been hidden in the network of ancient flint mines, honeycombing the region, emerging disoriented and suffering from an anemia that can impart greenish pallor. Their strange language could have been Middle Dutch, misheard and misremembered. Folklorists noticed different patterns: threshold crossing, time displacement, taboo foods, gradual loss of otherworldly attributes. In English folklore, beans are often supernatural. They grow quickly, their flowers bone white, their pods containing seeds like souls waiting to be born. The green skin might mark the children's origin in the green world, that realm of eternal spring existing alongside our own. More recently, some have wondered if Agnes's description of St. Martin's Land, a place of perpetual twilight where her people dwelt in gentle shadow, might describe something even stranger. Perhaps a world orbiting a dim red star, where light never reaches our sun's full spectrum. Standing today in Woolpits churchyard, where the boy lies buried beneath centuries of Suffolk rain, you might hear church bells ringing across the fields and wonder what other thresholds they might open. What other children might be listening from lands where the sun never fully rises. The North Sea had been restless for days, driven by winds from every quarter. It was in the third week of such weather, 1167, that the nets of Orford brought up their impossible catch. The net came up heavy, but not with fish. Something thrashed within the mesh, sending ripples of panic through the crew. The sound it made was neither roar nor scream, but something between. A voice that might once have been human, shaped by years of salt, solitude into something wilder. When they hauled their catch onto deck, the fishermen found a creature that defied every category they knew. It was a man, certainly. The basic shape was human. But this was humanity transformed by the sea into something that belonged more to legend than life. His body was covered in coarse hair that hung in dark curtains, matted with salt and seaweed. His beard had grown until it merged with the pelt covering his chest, creating seamless covering that gleamed with brine. His eyes held the pale intensity of a creature that had gazed too long into depths where sunlight never penetrated. His fingernails had grown into claws, black as mussel shells. But it was his silence that unnerved them most. He made no plea for mercy, spoke no word in any language. He simply watched with those pale eyes, as if they were the strange ones. Among the crowd at Orford Harbour stood Bartholomew Glanville, Castellan of Orford Castle, Henry II's newest fortress on the Suffolk coast, completed just 6 years earlier. De Glanville recognized opportunity when he saw it. The wild man was taken to the castle, installed in chambers that were part prison, part palace. He showed no interest in cooked food, but would devour raw fish with enthusiasm that both fascinated and repelled watchers. He seemed to understand human speech partially, responding to simple commands, but he never spoke himself. Most disturbing were his visits to the castle chapel. When bells rang for daily offices, he would appear like a faithful parishioner. But once inside, he showed no reverence, wouldn't kneel for prayers, cross himself, or acknowledge the crucifix. He simply stood at the back, pale eyes fixed on something no one else could see. The priests declared him soulless, a creature with no more spiritual essence than the fish he devoured. But others wondered if perhaps he worshipped differently, or had found God in deep places where most men feared to look. The Glanville solution seemed both practical and humane. The wild man would be allowed to swim in the harbour under careful guard, with chains upon his legs to ensure his return. The first expedition was a revelation. The moment he touched water, his sullen resignation fell away, like a discarded cloak. He moved through the harbour with dolphin's grace, diving deeper than any human could survive, staying beneath the surface until guards were certain he had drowned. Then he would resurface far from where he had vanished, pale eyes bright with something that might have been joy or contempt for landlubbers who thought they could contain the sea itself. He returned docilely when called, allowed himself to be chained again. The second swim followed the same pattern, and the third. De Glanville grew confident in his strange prisoner's compliance. It was this confidence that proved his undoing. On the fourth occasion, as autumn storms began building beyond the harbour mouth, the wild man descended into grey water with familiar grace. The guards watched from the harbour wall, counting seconds as they always did. The seconds stretched into minutes. The water grew still, disturbed only by wind-driven waves. No pale head broke the surface. When divers finally descended to search, they found only chains, their links parted as if made of clay rather than iron. Of the wild man himself, there was no trace. Not a hair, not a fragment. Nothing to suggest he had ever existed. Yet rumors began immediately, carried by boats up and down the coast. Sailors reported glimpses of something moving through deep water, not quite fish, not quite human, but something that swam with purpose. Fishermen found nets torn in patterns too regular to be accidental. Ralph of Coggeshall devoted careful attention to the wild man, noting that many worthy men witnessed his captivity and escape. The chronicler's tone is notably matter-of-fact, lacking embellishment expected if he were recording folktale rather than historical fact. The timing is significant. Orford Castle represented cutting-edge military architecture, making fabrication difficult to maintain given the fortress's prominence. The most straightforward explanation suggests a shipwreck survivor who had lived for years on a deserted island, appearance and behavior transformed by isolation. Such trauma could explain his chapel behavior. Not godliness, but disconnection from human society so profound that sacred rituals had lost meaning. A more cynical interpretation focuses on political context. Orford Castle was Henry II's demonstration of royal power. What better way to attract visitors and establish reputation than to house a genuine marvel? The wild man might have been propaganda, perhaps genuinely unusual, but deliberately exaggerated for political purposes. The most intriguing theories connect him to older traditions. Older traditions of the Wodavosa, wild men of European folklore. Archaeological evidence suggests fish-tailed wild men began appearing in English church carvings shortly after 1170, just years after the supposed escape. Could the Orford incident have inspired this artistic innovation? Standing today on Orford Castle's ruins, looking over the harbour where fishing boats still bob at their moorings, you might wonder what other secrets the North Sea holds. The tide carries whispers up from the deep, and sometimes, when the wind is right, those whispers speak of pale eyes, watching from beneath the waves. In the days before the sea claimed them, the lowlands of Cardigan Bay bloomed like a green jewel. Where grey waves now roll endlessly toward shore, rich pastures once stretched to the horizon. This was Cantra Gwaelod, the 100 of the bottom. 16 townships protected from the hungry sea by walls and gates that stood since Roman times. The kingdom thrived under Gwythno Garanhir, whose long legs could carry him across his realm in a single day. But the true guardian was the man who held keys to the great sea gates. Scythenian, keeper of the dikes. This appointment required steady vigilance, knowledge of tides and weather, the kind of caution that comes naturally to some and must be cultivated in others. Scythenian possessed neither natural caution nor cultivated discipline. What he had was royal blood, ready laughter, and charm that could make others forget the sea was always listening beyond the walls. The great gates stood twice a man's height, carved from oak that had grown in Anglesea's sacred groves. Bronze hinges allowed them to swing open when the tide was low, permitting rivers to carry their burden to the sea. But when the tide turned, those gates had to be closed and barred against tremendous water pressure. It was work requiring vigilance, sobriety, religious attention to rhythms of tide and storm. Work that Scythenian found increasingly tedious. On the night the kingdom died, autumn storms had been building for days. The court at Caer Gwythno buzzed with nervous energy. Scythenian had inspected the gates that morning, noted the rising wind. Everything was secure, he announced. the realm was safe. The feast that night was particularly splendid, as if the court sought to defy a gathering storm with music and laughter. Saidhenin held the place of honor at the king's right hand, his golden cup never empty, voice growing louder with each passing hour. Through it all, Saidhenin drank and laughed and boasted of his defenses' strength, of bronze locks no storm could break, of vigilance that never slept. But vigilance, like sobriety, requires constant tending. As night wore on and mead flowed freely, Saidhenin's attention turned from duty to pleasure. The storm struck at midnight. It came not as a gradual crescendo, but sudden assault. It seemed to wake the sea from centuries of sleep. Wind howled across lowlands with a voice speaking of ancient hungers, powers older than human memory. The great gates shuddered under waves that dwarfed anything in living memory. In the hall, the feast continued. Storm's voice was muffled by thick walls and celebration. Saidhenin, deep in his cups, declared the gates strong enough to withstand Poseidon's wrath. The king called for more wine and another song. But outside, bronze locks groaned under pressure no mortal smith had imagined. The great gates, designed for the normal fury of tides and weather, found themselves battered by forces reaching from the sea's very foundations. The oak timbers, seasoned by centuries of salt spray, began cracking along the ancient crane. The first gate gave way just as the bard sang of the realm's eternal safety. The sound was like thunder, but deeper. The sound of certainty torn apart by chaos. The second gate followed moments later, bronze hinges snapping like twigs. The sea poured through like a living thing, hungry and relentless. It swept across pastures in a wall of foam, swallowing cattle and cottages, orchards and grain stores, generations of accumulated wealth disappearing beneath grey water. In the great hall, the first sign of disaster was not water's roar, but the sudden silence of night birds. Then came distant drums, waves against the court's foundations. The king rose, face pale in the torchlight. Saidhenin stumbled toward the great doors. They opened to reveal a world transformed, where familiar landscape stretched into darkness. Grey water now reflected the storm-torn sky. The sea had claimed the lowlands in a single night, erasing centuries of habitation as if it had never existed. Some say Saidhenin died that night, drowned in the ruins of his own negligence. Others claim he escaped to the hills, living out his days as a broken man, haunted by the sound of bronze gates yielding to the sea's assault. When dawn came grey and bitter, survivors found themselves looking over unbroken water expanse. The sea had advanced inland for miles, creating a new bay where lowlands had been. Only the highest points remained above the surface, rocky islands that had been hilltops, marking the lost realm's boundaries like tombstones in a flooded cemetery. But the strangest thing was the sound rising from beneath the waves. Church bells were ringing in the depths, not frantic alarm, but measured. The bells tolled beneath the water, marking hours for a congregation that would never gather again. The sound persisted for 7 days and nights, growing fainter but never quite fading. Even now, 8 centuries later, Cardigan Bay fishermen will tell you that on calm nights, when wind is still and sea lies smooth as glass, you can hear those bells tolling, a reminder of the kingdom beneath the waves, waiting for tide to turn and waters to recede. This story survives in the Black Book of Carmarthen, dating to around 1250. The relevant stanzas describe the loss in language, balancing historical detail with poetic metaphor. Quote, "Stand forth, Saidenden, and behold the dwelling place of fishes." Unquote. Physical evidence is compelling. At Borth, submerged forest remains regularly appear at extreme low tides. Stumps of oak, pine, and yew trees, carbon dated to around 2000 BCE, suggest the area was dry land for millennia before the sea claimed it. The Sarn Badrig, a rocky ridge extending miles into Cardigan Bay, had long been identified as an ancient causeway. Modern surveys confirm it's a natural ridge, probably glacial, but would have provided practical roadway when sea levels were lower. Four main interpretations have emerged. The geological explanation focuses on well-documented sea level rises following the last ice age. As ice sheets retreated, massive water quantities raised ocean levels by hundreds of feet over millennia. The process wasn't uniform. Periods of rapid rise alternated with stability, and some coastal areas experienced dramatic changes within human memory. The historical theory suggests a real early medieval disaster, perhaps exceptional storm surge breaching coastal defenses, with oral testimony carried to 13th century scribes. medieval chroniclers were remarkably accurate about natural disasters, and the specific details in surviving accounts suggest eyewitness foundations. The literary interpretation sees the Drowned Kingdom as monastic morality tale, Drunken Gatekeeper as temperance sermon, divine punishment for negligence and excess. Such stories were common in medieval literature, designed to teach proper Christian behavior through cautionary example. The mythological reading connects Cantref Gwaelod to Celtic otherworld traditions, the sea as threshold to Annwn, the Welsh underworld, bells marking borders between worlds. In this interpretation, the kingdom exists in liminal space between reality and imagination, history and myth. Standing today on Cardigan Bay shore, watching waves roll endlessly toward land, you might listen for those bells tolling in the depths. The physical traces remain: submerged forests, ancient causeways, occasional artifacts the sea reluctantly yields. But the deeper mystery persists. Whether Cantref Gwaelod represents lost history, collective memory, moral instruction, or something stranger still. Three mysteries, three invitations to wonder. Where did the green children really come from? Their story carries us from Suffolk fields to realms where twilight never ends, where the very light holds qualities, where church bells call across impossible distances. Agnes grew to ordinary womanhood, yet her account of St. Martin's Land suggests realities just beyond our perception's edge. Who or what slipped away from the Orford harbour? The wild man's escape reminds us the sea holds secrets deeper than our understanding, that civilization's boundaries are more permeable than we imagine. His pale eyes, watching from the depths, speak of intelligence, alien yet somehow familiar, of freedoms we've forgotten in our tamed landscapes. And do the drowned bells of Cantref Gwaelod toll warning or memory? Their sound carries across centuries, marking time for congregations that exist only in echo and imagination. Yet, the physical traces remain, suggesting that somewhere beneath Cardigan Bay's grey waters, truth and legend interweave like tide and stone. These tales share common threads. Thresholds crossed, mysteries witnessed, certainties dissolve. They remind us that Britain's landscapes forever nourish enigmas, that beneath the familiar surface of fields and shores, other realities press close against our own. The chroniclers that preserve these stories were written by careful men, chroniclers who understood the difference between fact and fancy, who recorded them alongside battles and royal successions with the same methodical attention. Yet 8 centuries of inquiry have only deepened the mysteries, adding new theories without settling old questions. Perhaps that's their true purpose, not to provide answers, but to keep us asking. In a world increasingly mapped and measured, catalogued and explained, these stories preserve spaces for wonder. They suggest that the impossible might still walk among us, that the boundaries between known and unknown remain delightfully mysterious. The land keeps its riddles. We, like curious children emerging from our own wolf pits of certainty, keep asking. And in that eternal conversation between mystery and inquiry, between the strange and the familiar, we find something essential about what it means to be human. Creatures capable of wonder, forever drawn to the edges where solid ground gives way to deeper waters, where church bells ring from kingdoms we can never quite reach, yet never stop trying to find.